Good morning, everyone, and happy Halloween. Let me know if you're going to dress up and what your plans are for Halloween today, if you're celebrating it. For us, Katie's actually going to have some friends over and they're going to watch some scary movies because we have several on DVD, of course. And so they'll be watching that. We're going to have some pizza. They're going to have some candy. They're going to be listening out for some trick or treaters to hand out said candy. And in between that, just, yeah, have a good time as teenagers do. The girls just hanging out and laughing and having a good time. And secretly, Ryan and I might have to sneak outside to one of the windows and see if we can scare them. Shh. That might be evil, but I have thoughts and plans. Let me know if you think we should, because I am very tempted to do so. The adults got to have fun too, is all I'm saying. In between that, of course, I have the usual Fab Five cleaning and chores I need to get done. It is a payday, so I need to do bills as well. Write some thank you notes for the birthday gifts. I got spoiled, and yeah, just more of like planning my meal plan for the month of November and things like that. So busy, busy, busy today. But let me know what you guys are going to be using sprints for, what you're reading, what you're enjoying. I am finishing up for Sunday's vlog, the last book of 31 and 31. I did it, you all. So I'll finish this book today. I'm almost done. It's literally in the wrap up at the very end. So I'll finish it and then vlog and edit that after we get done with sprints as well. And that way it can go out on Sunday and I'll find I have the perfect show actually to pair with it. So I'll be watching that today too. That way I can get it all out for you guys. And that's another October in the books. I'm excited. I did the wrap up that goes live today. So that's already up there. So some of these books at the tail end weren't in that because it needed to go live today. And I still need it today to read. So it happens. But yeah, so that's pretty much the plans and all the fun things and what I'm currently reading. But enough about me. Let's look at you all. Good morning, Kat. How are you doing? Good morning to everyone. Happy Halloween, friends. Currently writing my morning pages for The Artist's Way while enjoying a cup of coffee. Oh, that sounds perfect, Kat. I love that. It's a great way to wake up and actually inspires me. I may add to my list because, of course, I need my list to be longer. I want to start prepping for my 2026 planner. I have them. I have all my planning things all right down there. You can't see it. It's down below. And I kind of want to play with them. I want to play with my colored pencils and markers and highlighters and stickers. So I may do some of that today too, Kat. You've inspired me. Good morning, Julie. How are you doing, friend? Good morning to everyone working as usual. Looking forward to finishing the week with a clear plan for next week. I love that. Planning is one of my love languages right there, Julie. So that sounds spot on and absolutely perfect. And I'm excited for November. I'll get caught up on a lot of things. You'll see that in tomorrow morning's TBR video. The game looks quite a bit different because I just need to get caught up with all these challenges and TBRs. Good morning, Lynn. How are you feeling? How are you doing, sweetie? Sending hugs. Great getting to see you. Hope your Friday's going well, sweetie. Good morning, Tina. Happy Friday and happy Halloween. And a hello and happy Halloween to the birdies. I hope they're watching Dora's Halloween or something like that with some kind of a Halloween vibe to it. Go for it. Okay, I will. Lynn gave me permission, you all. I am going to be scaring the kids, and I cannot wait. Hi to Tina from Lynn. Hello, Heather. Good morning, and happy Halloween to you as well. And Tina agrees. Yes, do the big scare. I'll have to see if Ryan can record me too. And if he is able to follow me quietly and record it, I may make it as part of the vlog for Sunday. That way you all can kind of see it. And Tina says hi back to Lynn. Currently reading Tourist Season and hope to finish it today. Excellent. You've been killing it. I've been seeing it on Goodreads, Lynn. You've been doing really good progression. Julie, impressed that you read so many full-length books this month. Well, some of those were, manga, like the Alice in Borderland. I think there were 3 volumes of that I read, and so that reads faster. There were 3 different comics, like Solo Leveling that I did and Mary, so that's also helps. I had to stagger some, and some of them are shorter than others, and so I tried to get it where I would offset 1 or 2, and especially in the beginning, so that I could read a whole bunch. So like A Flicker in the Dark, for example, I started reading this, I want to say week 2, because I can read like 12 at a time. And so what I do is I track them on these little cards where I leave off. So yeah, I have to do it that way. So in the very beginning, I give myself some grace so that I can be reading a bunch of these longer books at the same time and get them done on time. It's still a slog. And especially this month, personal stuff was going on too. It just really made it a very long month, which is why I apologize. But the video tomorrow morning, I look rough, y'all. There was no hair done, no makeup, no nothing. I look rough. But it's like, it's not just me. I don't know about you guys, but like when I'm watching other videos and stuff and talking to everybody online, November is like, everybody's like, I just need to breathe. I'm feeling the crunch at the end of the year and I just need to breathe. And so I feel like let's all give each other some grace and just enjoy our books for November. Reading The Hike by Lucy Clark. Ooh, I'm glad it's good, Julie. Keep going and let me know when you're done what your final thoughts were, please. Finished Wind and Truth on Wednesday. Yay, Tina! Got the Sanderson big, huge monster done. That is so exciting, Tina. What did you think? I was unfortunately not impressed. It was the latest and greatest from Sanderson that came out this year. And I felt like there was a lot of extra. Don't get me wrong, love his, writing style, but there was a lot extra in that just didn't need to be there for me. And so I ended up rating it. I want to say I gave it 3 stars even. So let me know. What did you think, Tina? Not really dressing up this year. Okay, Kat. Wearing my Halloween-a-thon t-shirt. My dad is spending the weekend. Oh, fun. So my hubby, my dad, and I will hang out and do candy trick-or-treat to the trick-or-treaters and spooky movie afterwards. That sounds perfect, Kat. Absolutely perfect. I'm kind of doing that too with the Halloween-ish shirt. I love it. I love it. And so that's what I'm doing for my costume for this year. I also have a lot of Inktober stuff, yes, with your artistry to try to finish up, and I still need to take photos of them. Please, I want to see them, Lynn. You're so good. Good morning, Kira. Good to see you here. Good morning, everyone. Taking the kids trick-or-treating tonight. That's going to be so fun. We used to do trunk or treat. I don't know if you guys do that, where they would have, churches or libraries and other places would have people voluntarily decorate the back of their vehicle and have like their tailgate open, and kids could come around and see the decorations. They were themed. We usually did Star Wars whenever we did it. And then they would hand out candy, and that way it was a safe place for kids to kind of just walk around and get candy. Happy Halloween, Denise, on page 204 of Beloved. Going to read and drink some coffee in the first sprint. We'll also be doing some cleaning today, too. You do a great job of balancing some reading and fun along with things that need to get done. You got this, Denise. Good morning, Ashley. Hello, everyone. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween to you as well. Amazing, Tina. Yeah, because that, like I said, is a very, very thick book. Proud of you, Tina. Hey, hubby's here. Hello, handsome. Hope work's going well for you. Hope everybody loved your Halloween shirt that you wore to work. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, why am I blanking on her name? Oh my gosh. I'll have it for you guys for the next sprint, but she does incredible designs, and that's Book Babes Designs. That's who I get my shirts from. I love them, love them, love them. I love how she comes up with them and the themes and the style and art. She does it all by hand. She's amazing. Highly recommend you guys look into her. I think Instagram is where I found her. Hey to Ryan and happy Halloween from Kat. Last couple comments, and then we will go into that first sprint, everyone. I'm not totally sure. I did read your message about your rating. It is my least favorite from the Stormlight Archive. Okay, so yeah, so it seems to be a running theme because one of the guys that we do D&D with said the same thing before I read it, and I'm like, I really hope that's not the case. But not everyone can just be a knock out of the park. So, hey to Kat, what week are you on for the Artist's Way? Ooh, good question, Tina. And thank you to Lynn from Tina. I'm telling you, it is impressive when you can get that done. All right, we're going to roll, everyone, and do that first sprint. I'm really hoping for a nice long one. Lots to do. We have a coffee cup, and the coffee cup is 60 minutes. Woohoo! All right, everyone. Happy reading, happy productivity, happy Halloween again. And I will see you all back here in an hour. And we are back, everyone, from the first sprint. How did everyone do? I was very industrious. I ended up eating some breakfast and I got to do a nice little 15-minute walk, which was nice. I got to play with the kitty cats and I got to finish up the vlog. So I finished Flickr in the dark, a flicker in the dark. I'm giving it 3 stars. It kind of like you could kind of tell where it was going. And so there was a tiny twist at the end, but it didn't blow me away. It was a decent popcorn thriller, easy to get, read, easy to get into. So it didn't disappoint me in any way. It just didn't blow me away. So I'm giving it that solid 3 stars. And so I finished doing the recording that I needed to for the vlog for that one. And we'll be editing that, like I said, after sprints to get it ready for you guys for Sunday. And yeah, I turned my what was hot coffee when I finished it into some nice cold coffee. And that's what I did. But let's see what you guys did. Let's see, when we left for sprints. Oh, because we were wondering, Tina asked what week that Kat was in for Artist's Way. And so Kat replied back, wrapping up week 5. Excellent, making progress. Hello, Alicia. Good to see you. Hello to friends just joining, doing writing sprints. Love that. Get it done. Because, even though they're not doing NaNoWriMo anymore, sadly, November is still in my mind, NaNoWriMo. But when finished, I'll be reading Higher Magic by Courtney Floyd. Ooh, I like the nice magical atmosphere going on there. That sounds wonderful. Kat, finished my morning pages. Excellent. Made another cup of coffee. You're right there with me. Responded to some text messages. About to get dressed now. So about ready to really get into the start of the day. Sounds lovely, Kat. Lynn read a chapter of tourist season and almost done with making the little haunted house. I'm so glad you're giving us pictures because that just sounds so adorable, Lynn. Talk to my son who's still sick. No, making lunch at the moment. What are you having for lunch? And poor little one. Everyone's a little one. Everyone that's younger than me is a little one, even if they're grown. But oh my gosh, I hate that. I hate that he's sick. That sucks. And stuff's going around. Everybody make sure you wash your hands and sanitize. Julie updated project plans. Nice. Started a load of laundry. Admired ultrasound photos of my brother's baby's feet. Oh, so sweet. Oh, Julie, that is so sweet. Some of those ultrasound photos are so funny, aren't they? Katie did a great profile in hers. I mean, you just see her little button nose, and I'm like, oh, I'm so glad she has the Aubrey button nose and not mine. Everybody in my family has we call ski slope nose, but she's got the cute little button nose. And so I loved seeing that in the ultrasound pictures. And their feet are so stinking cute, aren't they? Oh my gosh. Now I will say I like the traditional ultrasound, the 3D ones. They look like aliens to me. They're cool to see, but they just look like little aliens. Tina says, awesome, Kat, getting so far with being in week 5. Yes. Denise, sister called twice. Nice. I read 22 pages, now on page 226. Obviously, when you hung up, Denise, the call was not really done. So obviously your sister had to call you back. Why don't they do NaNoWriMo anymore? I'm not sure, Lynn. As far as I understood it, it was basically a money thing. Everybody was volunteering their time, and the people that have been doing it year after year were just getting tired, and there wasn't really money to produce that. So they're saying everybody can do NaNoWriMo on their own all they want. They're just no longer doing like Camp NaNoWriMo and stuff like that. So it's not going to be an official place to go anymore to do it. It's just at your own pace and your own time kind of a deal. It's sad. It was a fun community, but I get it. You're not getting any, money coming in, and they had merch, but a lot of people weren't buying the merch either. And after a while, I mean, it gets expensive. So I get it. Heading back to work meetings, and I'm having some late breakfast now. Oh, I'm so sorry that you had work meetings, Ashley, but I'm glad that you're able to get some food in your tummy now. Hopefully you can take a breather, maybe hide somewhere, put a do not disturb sign on the door or on your cubicle, kind of hide out a little bit. He's where he needs to be to get better, but it's worrisome. Oh, Lynn, I'm so sorry, sweetie. I'm so sorry. I'm behind on reading on Discord, so I apologize if I missed the announcement that you did on that. Definitely sending thoughts, prayers, hugs, good vibes, all the things to you, sweetie, and to your son. Wash your hands and don't touch your face. That's the hard one, Ashley. Oh my gosh. I remember in 2020, everybody was like, stop touching your face. You don't realize you've touched your face like 20 times every hour. And I'm like, nuh-uh. So I'm totally guilty of that too, especially when you like push open a door to open it and all of a sudden you've got an itch and you don't think about it. But yeah, you've just completely transferred. I'm also a stickler for anything that I'm going to be eating. I'm very, very careful. My hands are clean before I grab something to put in my mouth because at least your skin is a defense, right, against germs. Your mouth is unfortunately not. And so that's a real quick way to get things in there. So thank you for that reminder. Oh, Lynn's making some fancy ramen. I love that, Lynn. That sounds amazing. Yum. What kind of stuff do you put in your fancy, fancy ramen? Kat says, Tina, I have 7 weeks to go. Wow. This is a thing. I didn't even know this was such a thing. Wow. 7 weeks to go. Go for it, Kat. You got this. It's a marathon, apparently, and not a sprint. Wow. No, you haven't missed anything. I don't update well. Well, that's not that you don't update well, Lynn. It's private. It's very personal, very private. I've been very generic with the stress that's going on in my life too. So I just want to make sure I hadn't missed anything because I do obviously care about all of you and always want to be there to give support whenever I can, any way I can. So I just want to make sure I wasn't missing anything. And then, I didn't want you feeling neglected, basically. But no, you update as much as you want or as little as you want, Lynn. It's your personal business, but definitely sending hugs to your son and hope he gets to feeling better soon. Okay, I'm back. Writing sprints are now complete. Excellent, Alicia. And how many words did you manage to get in? I finished chapter 12 of book 3 yesterday. So, hallelujah, that chapter's over. For some reason, I was struggling through that one. And I'm excited to be hopping into the next chapter and get this book done. Oh, happy Halloween if you celebrate from Alicia. Thank you, Alicia. Yes, all the Halloween vibes. Love it. Kat says, yes, the Artist's Way is a 12-week course. Whoa, that is a commitment. You're not kidding. Holy moly, Kat. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're having a good time. And week 5, that's impressive. You're almost to the halfway point. That is very impressive. Hey to Alicia from Kat. Happy Halloween to you and your family. Yes. We love Alicia around here. Oh, a bit of egg in the ramen, seasoning, chicken, just whatever's around the house. And that makes it fancy for sure because just grabbing it out of that package, you just get the little packet that you shake and then put in the water, and that's it for seasoning. And there's nothing else extra in there. So I love that. I love a little bit of egg. Now, do you do a hard boiled egg, I assume, when you're adding the egg? I'm just curious. I'm nosy like that. Looking up the Artist's Way. I think that sounds like something that would be right up your alley, Lynn. I could see you absolutely loving something like that. I couldn't concentrate on writing, so I set up all the sprints for November and December and uploaded a video. Nice. And edited second video. Okay. That sounds great, Alicia. I'm going to have to make sure I hop onto your channel because this is on your channel you're doing, I'm assuming, because you set up sprints. Yeah. So I'm assuming this is your channel. I'll have to hop up there in the next sprint so I can say notify me, because I could definitely use some writing sprints for motivation as well. Hey to Kat from Alicia. Happy Halloween, Kat from Alicia. Yes, yes. And yes, see, exact. Oh, it is hard boiled. Okay, good. I thought you were like, yes, I definitely want to do the Artist's Way. And I'm like, yes, yes, you should. But I also, definitely glad to hear it's a hard boiled egg. I didn't want to assume some people like raw eggs. So I was just going to go with it. We'll stop there for now and go into sprint number 2, everyone. Still have lots to do, so here's hoping for a long one. Coffee again! Yay! We get another hour on the clock. Happy reading, happy productivity, everyone. I'll see you back here in an hour. All right, we're back, everyone, from the second sprint. How did everyone do on that one? I was able to, I love these nice long ones. I was able to finish the Fab Five cleaning, which is fabulous. And I got to get started on the bills, which always takes forever. So I'm glad I got that because anytime it's a new month, you got to rewrite out the budget and everything. So it takes forever. I did get to 65% though in The Night and the Moth. So I am excited that I am reading that and over halfway through that one. I'm having a good time. It's not blowing me away, but I'm having a good time with it. And if you can hear, the cats are insane. So I've been also kind of wrangling some cats. But let's see what you all got up to for that sprint. Oh, we got a Christina. Hello, Christina. Good morning and happy Halloween to you too, sweetie. What are you up to today? Alicia, the writing sprints are actually on Kelly's channel. Okay, Cursed Dragon Ship. Okay, thank you. Thank you for letting me know, Alicia. And then you're saying that the reading schedule or the reading sprints are what's on your channel. Got it. Got it. Thank you. And Christina giving us that public service announcement. Everybody make sure you hydrate or you'll mummify. Feed that self. Check the laundry, which I did. Take your meds, stretch. Also make sure you hocus poke us on the like button, sub and ring the bell so you'll be notified. Thank you, Christina. That's cute. Yeah, I was wondering. I assumed it was a hard-boiled egg in the ramens, but I'm not going to yuck somebody else's yum. So I'm with you. I would never eat a raw egg, but some people do. You're adding sprints to all the places today, Christina. Busy, busy, busy. NetGalley November Sprint Train is right there. Easy to click on. Thank you so much for giving us that, Christina. 7 hours and 30 minutes-ish until the train commences. I'm not participating this year. Too much to do, too much going on, too much stress. There's no more readathons in my future. I cannot. Now, going into next year, obviously I'll do something in January and mine is in February, but I am just getting through my TBR lists and trying to get those various challenges done. I go into more detail in video tomorrow, but that's what I'm focusing on, just to get caught up on stuff, kind of take a breath of fresh air after 31 and 31. And yeah, also mid-month, like I think it's November the 12th, Goodreads comes out with their nominees for their choice awards, Goodreads Choice Awards. And I always do videos for that as well. So I just do not have time in November to do any readathons, but it does look super cute. The sprint train is amazing. It's always fun, isn't it, Julie? Whenever there's sprinting going the entire time. When we did the Shark August for Vanessa, that was so much fun getting to do that. Good morning, Jules. Probably won't read any today, but wanted to say hi and have some background noise while working. Well, you're welcome for being your white noise while you're working. I'm sorry you won't get to have any reading done and that you're working so hard, but we love getting to see you and we're sending the waves and hugs your way. Glinda, hello, hello, and hello to everyone. Happy Halloween. Yes, happy Halloween to you too. Are you going to dress up? Priscilla's here. Hello. Working this morning, but wanted to pop in and say hi for a bit. Love that you did, Priscilla. Love seeing you here. Hope you're doing well. Hope everyone has a great Halloween. Thank you. You too. Hope you get lots of candy and yummies. 31 and 31, that it was exhausting. I am not going to lie. And it was to the wire because here we are, the 31st, and I just finished in the first sprint of Flicker in the Dark. So yeah. And I still have to put it all together and edit it and have it ready for Sunday. But yeah, it was exhausting. I'm not going to lie. For some reason, it hit me harder this year than previous years. After work, I'm planning on having a night in. Ooh, I love that, Priscilla, reading spooky short stories after I finish How to Survive a Horror Story, get some tasty takeout, some pumpkin beer, and a scary movie later. That sounds perfect. I wish I lived near you. I would just pop on over and be like, Ryan, take care of the girls. I'm going to go hang out at Priscilla's because that sounds amazing. Lynn, ate and watched some Taskmaster. Got to 63% in tourist season. You are pouring through. Love it. What's Rumbletoes up to? What is he not up to, Lynn? That cat. I love him to pieces, but like literally, I can't even fold towels without him getting involved. I think it's the Savannah cat in him. So like every time he jumps into a litter box, he likes to dig inside the litter and like roll around, especially after we've cleaned it completely. He loves to just roll around in that dirt and get all dusty. And every time we give him a bath, he beelines to the litter box to roll around in the dirt. He is just a menace. And so when I've got towels, he feels the need to burrow under the towels. If I'm walking, he feels the need to attack my ankles as I'm going by. Now, he doesn't use his nails. He's very gentle about it, but he thinks it's hilarious to just slap with his paws as I walk by. He'll run along the top because we've got little platforms up on the wall. He'll run along and then jump down on my back like I'm some kind of incredible horse or ride of some sort through the house. He's just a menace. I love that cat, but he is a menace. Cat, during that sprint, I got dressed, completed social media tasks for my live stream tomorrow morning. Yay! And started financial tasks. I feel you on the financial stuff, Cat. But I hope you have a good time tomorrow morning. Denise did some general tidying up and unloaded the dishwasher. Perfect. Absolutely perfect pacing. Yeah, I said I wasn't going to overdo the early challenge this year, but that was a lie. But Lynn, I get it. I get it. It's kind of like when Kim was like, I swear I'm not going to do any readathons this year. And it's like every month. But when your friends are doing it, you get a little FOMO when you hear other people doing it. So it happens. But for real, for my own mental health and sanity, there is no more participation for me for the rest of the year. I've got too much going on with the Goodreads, with finishing TBR stuff, with finishing reading challenges, and December's, of course, 12 days of Christmas giveaway. So too much. I got too much going on at the end of the year. But yeah, I totally feel you on that. Thank you. Thank you. You're so sweet. He is a riot. And that's why I was like, I love him because he is so funny. He's the first one to make us just laugh at the crazy things he does. And he's so adorable. He loves, like, anytime you're like lecturing him, he'll instantly roll over with his belly in the air and stretch. And he's got these little dots on his tummy that you don't see until he does that. And he just looks at you and kind of tilts his head sideways, like, aren't I adorable? So you have a hard time staying mad at him because he is so cute. And he is the first one to crawl on your lap and cuddle. And he's got the loudest purr and you feel it through his whole body. He really does. He's a sweet cat. Just that kitten energy, and a cat that is the largest cat we have in our house because he just won't stop growing is exhausting. Alicia ran an errand and now getting some lunch. Yum. I love that. I need to look into lunch too. I'm tempted to do some fancy ramens like Lynn was doing. It actually sounds really good because we have our windows open, even though it's in the 50s, because around here we do like a chili and this is where we save money, right? And so I kind of feel like something warm like ramen sounds good, or a really nice grilled cheese sandwich. I make a mean grilled cheese sandwich. There's nothing fancy about it, but Katie loves it and is always asking for it. So I might go that route. We'll see. Well, I do love to, in our sprints, give you the joke of the day. So here we go, you guys. I asked my date to meet me at the gym, but he never showed up. I guess the two of us aren't going to work out. Get it? At the gym. We're not going to work out. Get it? Get it? Oh, it's so good. Grilled cheese and tomato soup would be good. Oh, that is a fantastic combination. I love that too, Lynn. I do. I think that's tasty. We had the best tomato soup when we went to Medieval Nights. I don't know if you guys have ever done that. It is so much fun. You see jousting, you see knights, having sword fights. It's all choreographed. But it's a lot of fun. And so they do things like they call it dragon soup, but it's tomato soup. And then they call the grilled cheese something else, that's supposed to be medieval, but it's obviously a grilled cheese. And that was the tastiest combination I ever had of those. So yes, I agree with you completely. Thank you, Kat. Thank you. Thank you, Lynn. That's what I'm saying. Great jokes around here. All right, we're going to go into our third sprint, everyone. Still lots to do for all of us. And it is a coffee again. Why do I keep getting coffees? Did someone rig this dice? Okay, well, that was different. All right. All right. Got my eye on you guys. Someone's doing some Halloween voodoo here that's making it happen. All right. An hour is going on the clock. Happy reading. Happy productivity, everyone. I will see you back here in an hour. All right, everyone, we're back from sprint number 3. And how did everyone do in that sprint? I was able to get the bills done. Hooray! So now hubby gets to pull out what we need for our cash envelopes. We're doing Dave Ramsey. And yeah, then that should be it. Hopefully for at least the next 2 weeks, I won't have to think about money again. Absolutely hate bills. Adulting, right? Am I right? But I also got to start on my monthly meal prep, which is also a lot of fun. I say in air quotes. But I like being able to do it a month at a time, even though it takes a long time to figure out my recipes and everything. Because when I have the whole month, it means I'm not repeating anything. It means every single day, I don't even have to think about it. When I'm really tired, I just look and I see, oh, okay, it's Cajun chicken tonight. And so I just go ahead and pull out my recipe book and I make it. So it's nice not having to think about it. It's nice having the reminder of here's a payday. These are the 2 weeks of groceries I need to get for those. Here's another payday, the 2 weeks of groceries for those. So it is nice to have it all in like that, but it takes like an hour to sit there. So now I've got November's calendar. It's very, very blank compared to my other one. And I'm going through now and pulling out recipes and stuff to come up with November's meal plan. So it'll take me about an hour and then I'll be good for the month on that, which is nice. And then because I enjoy a little bit of things to read as well, I also took some time to get further in The Enchanted Greenhouse, which is the sequel to The Spell Shop. Although the first part of the book actually does bounce you to before the Spell Shop's events. You'll know whenever you read it. And then we're now balancing back to a true sequel to The Spell Shop. I'm about 22% into it, and it's cute. It's got the same kind of cute vibes that you got from the Spell Shop. And if you did the audio of the Spell Shop, it's the same narrator that's doing it again. And I love her. I love her voice. I love how she narrates the characters. So I'm having a good time. It's all the nice cozy feels. And especially when you have to do things like bills and cleaning and, meal planning and everything, it's nice to have something cozy that takes you into a magical world where everybody gets along. So that was my sprint. How did you guys do? Hello, Jesse. Yes, we're still going. We've had some nice, really long sprints, and that's been lovely. And thank you for your message. It was great getting to see that. That makes me so happy. Starting this morning with Dick Van Dyke's autobiography. Fantastic. You do fantastic nonfiction picks. 100 Rules to Live to 100. Wow. So freaking excited. That sounds amazing. I may have to look into this because I don't know. I kind of like the idea of getting into the triple digits, you guys. I kind of feel like if I try really hard, I might be able to make that happen. And for those participating in NetGalley November, T minus 5.5 hours till the train begins. Christina was letting us know. Yes, yes, yes. Hope you guys have a wonderful time with that. Julie had lunch and a nap. Oh, that's so lovely. Now time for classwork. It's a finance class. See, talking about the bills and budgeting and finances. You got this though, Julie. You got this. Priscilla on lunch break. Great timing. Ooh, yay. I love it. I hope you're having a good lunch, getting in those nutrients and able to kind of take a breather a little bit and relax, Priscilla. How do you like the Dave Ramsey method? I like it. We've done it a couple of times, and whenever we're actively in it, we have no problems. Truly, we have no problems, and we're killing it. And we got debt free and all the good things, except for paying off the house. But when we get off of the cash envelopes, we overspend. We just do. We eat out too much. We go to too many movies. When we don't sit down and force ourselves to do a budget every month and stick to those cash envelopes, it never goes well with us. And we dig ourselves a pretty decent sized hole. So we just agreed it's going to be Dave Ramsey for life. We're always going to do cash envelopes. We're always going to have our bills on auto pay, and we're always going to have a budget every month. So now I do that every Friday. I budget, or I balance the checkbook. Every 2 weeks, I do the bills, and once a month sit down and write out the entire month's budget and get Ryan's approval on it. And then, yeah, we go with it. So I like it. Do I think he's perfect? No. but I really love his program. I love what he does with the whole debt snowball idea because it worked for us. I love what he does with comparisons to getting out of debt, like being a gazelle running from a cheetah and things like that. And he's got so much humor that he does also that I really like it. And I still use his forms, the forms that you get in the back of the Financial Peace books and things like that. I still use those forms every time. So yeah, I love Dave Ramsey. Didn't accomplish much, Denise says. Ate lunch and loaded the dishwasher. How is that not much, Denise? I think you're being too hard on yourself. You're doing the dishes, you're getting in nutrients. I say you are doing much. This is such a great idea for meal planning. I need to try it out. If it works for you, if you've got a solid hour to sit down and do it. So I just, yeah, like I said, I have my recipe book with several recipes. These are ones I haven't tried yet. So they haven't been transferred into my new recipe book. They're still in the old school method where I'd have the piece of paper printed and have them in the document protector. So, but yeah, I go off of that and that's that. But like I like Taco Tuesday. So every Tuesday has some kind of a taco like theme, whether it's enchiladas or burritos or regular tacos, or we have taco soup, we have taco chili, taco bake, like lots of variations for that. But yeah, so things like that. You can do themes by day. I try to also make sure I get in all the meats. And so some days there's no meat at all. It's just pasta or a nice soup. Things like that. And every Friday we like pizza. So we do pizza, typically frozen pizza because it's cheaper than takeout pizza. But yeah, so things like that. And then we just having a new recipe each day made our family so happy for October. And especially since I didn't know how it was going to go, I was so glad I did it for October, let me tell you, because when you need to shut off the brain, it's nice to just look up on the fridge and be like, this is what we're having. I try to meal plan weekly, but it's so hard to keep up with it. I think once a month would be so much better. Again, yes, Priscilla, yes. Again, devote an hour to it. It sucks when you have to sit down and do it, but then once it's done, that's it. That's literally it. And for ones that I know my recipes very well, I don't even have to make a shopping list. I just take a picture of the calendar for those 2 weeks and I know the ingredients I'm going to need for those when I go shopping. So it literally is up to you and how you do your planning. But yeah, I cannot say enough how much I love just devoting that hour to it. And then bam, I'm on autopilot the rest of the month and it's fabulous. My whole family read both of those books and loved them. Yay! They are so cute. We even got a Kaz plant. No, you didn't, Christina. Oh, I love that. I love that. I love that. And I'm not going to give anything away, but in the beginning of this book, I love how we got to see a little bit more of Kaz's background there. That made me so happy. Oh my gosh. And I just got to the part, Christina, where we'll say the main character of this book found a rose that's kind of like Kaz. And that's all I'm saying about that. That way you know where I'm at. Kat, I finished my financial tasks. Yay! I'm in the process of updating my planner for November. Love that, Kat. Doesn't that feel good? Getting that accomplishment done. I'm so proud of you guys. It's never fun to adult. It is never fun to adult, but I'm so proud of us. We just put our head to the, table, to the desk, to the grind, however you word it, and we just get it done. We just knock it out with these sprints, guys. Knock it out. And that way it's done. And you did so good. I know I squealed when I got approved for it on NetGalley, right? Oh my gosh, Jesse, that's amazing. That is absolutely amazing. I squeal when I get approved for things too. I'm with you on that. The one I really, really, really wanted, I did not get approved for, and that was the new Jim Butcher for the Dresden Files, 12 months. I wanted it so bad, and they were like, I'm sorry, you're not worthy. So sadly, I don't have that one. I would literally drop everything I'm reading to get that one and read it right away if I got it, but I didn't. Sad. But congrats on you getting your amazing arc. Still adding sprints to the Sprint Train playlist and the bubble. Basically oiling the wheels and clearing the tracks. Christina doing all the things. I'll send you the link for the audio and the arc. Oh, thank you, Jesse. You're so sweet. Oh man, eating out is such a money drain and it adds up so fast. I mean, seriously, guys, seriously fast. We're going to do the last couple comments and then we'll go into our last sprint. Yeah. So like literally Katie, it blew her mind where I cooked a meal that was exactly like when we went out to eat and we all ordered some soup and I think it was chicken and dumplings and things like that. And it ended up costing our family because here in Indy, I'm sure like any big city, it can cost. So it cost us like $60 for all of us to eat. Then I got home and I used the recipe that I had gotten actually off of there's a woman on YouTube who does Dollar Tree meals for like under $10. She is amazing. You need to check her out. And so I did her recipe for the creamy chicken and dumplings. And not only did it fill us and produce leftovers, but it was for $12. And it blew Katie's mind. And I'm like, yeah, honey. Yeah, eating out, you pay for it. Sounds like a great financial plan. What is the name of the Dave Ramsey book you read to learn his system? I went through Financial Peace University. You can do that usually through a library or through churches or things like that. I think they used to have a way where you could sign up online and do an online version of it as well. But I want to say I'll have to pull up all the books and I'll show them to you. And then after the next sprint, if that's okay, Kat, because I have them all the way over there across the room on the shelf. But I have the hardback and the workbook that goes with them, plus all the audio CDs that you get when you go through it. But outside of that, probably just any of his books that are dealing with the financial stuff will go through the baby steps and everything else. But it 100% works. I have yet to find anybody who's like, I literally did everything he said and it didn't work for me. I have never in my life come across someone who says that. I always hear that it works great till you stop doing it. See, the great thing about being celiac is that I don't ever eat out. So that's such a money saver, even if the groceries are 2 to 3 times more expensive. But still, even expensive groceries, unless you're getting everything at like Richie Rich grocery store, seriously, even with that, Jesse, cheaper than eating out. 100% every time. But you put in the effort to cook. There is that. Oh, thank you. Off and on, Kat. Off and on. It's the way I'm wired and I prefer and I like it. It's the whole wanting to be in control situation. And that's why I like to plan and do things and be organized. But there's times I go through burnout too. Like I'm very human, which is why I think the first Friday of this month, I was like, guys, I'm here, whatever. Let's just sprint. And I really wasn't well engaged because man, it hurts. It hurts when things hit you from the left and the right and it feels like it just keeps raining. It hurts. So I feel your pain. But I think all of us go through those stages of I'm really on it and then I'm a hot mess. And then I'm really on it and then I'm a hot mess. And you know what? Give yourselves some slack. Give yourselves the, ability and forgiveness to be a mess is all I'm saying because we're human and you'll bounce back. You'll bounce back, Kat, and you'll have a time where you're super organized. So yeah, let's be easier on ourselves for sure. Thank you for making it back, hubby. We did. I'll get a picture and send it to you. Yay. Yay. Please, Christina. Please, please, please. I'd love that. That would be great. I ate lunch. Nice. Uploaded 2 videos that are scheduled now and set up more filming and read a chapter of Higher Magic. I hope you're loving it, Alicia. I need to get my copy of The Enchanted Greenhouse. I read The Spell Shop earlier this year and really enjoyed it. Still super cute. I'm telling you, Kat, super cute. Need to think about lunch. Get you some yummies. Total money makeover. Thank you, Alicia. Is a good Dave Ramsey. Yep. And that's what we're using. See, I'm telling you guys, it does. It works. I've heard the Ramsey method works as long as you do it. I've never heard anything negative so far. Great. Thank you, Alicia. And like I said, I'll have the books to show you after our last sprint. So given that we are at 150, I could only probably do a half hour, guys. So instead of even rolling, I'll just say a half hour and we'll come back in a half hour and look at those books and see how we did. I'm sorry it's such a short one at the end, but I got to pick up the kids still. She'll have her license after the summer. Well, happy reading, happy productivity. I will see you all in 30 and thank you, Alicia. All right, everyone, we are back from the fourth and final sprint. And thank you for an incredible sprinting time. I got so much accomplished. Hope you did as well. So, real quickly, I forgot that I lent the Financial Peace book to my mom like Christmas last year and haven't gotten it back. This is another reason why I love the little, you can get them on Amazon super cheap, but I love the little, cards like from back in library days. I don't know, maybe too bright. There we go. Because I can literally keep them here and I know where my books go. So mom has that checked out, but I do have the workbook. And so you'll get like a real nice, fancy workbook, Kat, if you join the Financial Peace University. And in there, it just walks you through everything that he talks about in his CDs, and they've got DVDs and stuff, and you get access to all of it when you do it. And then you just fill things in as you go. And they show you how to use the forms and stuff in there. And then in the very back, they've got examples of blank ones of the forms. So it's just nice because they literally go over everything that you would in a financial class, but he breaks it down to where I promise you, if I can figure it out, anybody can. And that was the one I got from, I want to say the library. And then we did it years and years ago in Mattoon at our church. And that one was this one. So I guess it was far enough. Yeah, this was back in 90s, I think. And so it was long enough ago that it looks quite a bit different than the ones they do now. But again, yeah, it's wonderful. It's totally worth it. Highly recommend you do the class if you can, because it just goes into more detail and it's more encouraging, and you get to meet other people that are literally going through it with you. And yeah, cannot sing its praises enough. But if going to a class is not an option, then see what's online. And I did post their website because I couldn't find my book right here. So anybody that wants to, feel free to check it out. As you've heard multiple people on here now, it works. It 100% works. Just beware when you stop doing all the good, habits of it, because then it goes so wrong because you go back into those bad habits. I did during the sprints get to finish my November meal plan. So I've got a different meal on every single day, and none of them repeated from October. So we'll have a good 2 months at least worth of meals that never repeat. And then I think we're going to have to start doing a little bit of repeating, unfortunately. But that was it, because a half hour isn't nearly long enough. I have Higher Magic on my TBR. I hope it's a good one. Ooh, I do too, Priscilla, because it does sound really good. And so I'm hoping it is good, and we'll just have to wait till our friends tell us if it is. Of course, Kat, of course. I filmed a video, go Alicia, and started wrapping a few gifts for the holidays already. You are on it, Alicia. Good for you. I collect things all year long whenever there's like a discount bin, Dollar Tree, anything like that just kind of comes across, Amazon deals, whatever. And I collect it all year round, and I hide it. I can't say where in case Ryan pops on sprints, but I have my little hidey hole here in the house, and I hide them there. And then that way, when it comes time to do the holidays, they don't surprise me and sucker punch me. I get one nice thing that they're really wanting right then, and then the rest of the stocking stuffers are ones I've been collecting. So I love that you're on it, Alicia. Rachel Cruz, his daughter, has good books as well. Yes, she does. And she is so fun whenever she gets up and speaks as well. I like that. I'll have to check out the class. I wrote down the title of the website and the book. Perfect, Kat. Perfect. And yeah, let me know if you have any questions. Feel free to message me on Instagram or Discord, and happy to discuss with you. Happy to share my pages with you. Like, it is so wonderful. I've never once regretted going to the classes. And like I said, I've done it multiple times just because we get into the bad habits. For the past couple of years, I started shopping in November for little things, and I'm usually done by Thanksgiving. And isn't that a relief, Alicia? I love that. That's why I don't do Black Friday sales, but I do the Cyber Monday, and I order everything online. So everything comes in from somebody else having to box it up and mail it to me, and it comes to my house. And then all I have to do is bring it inside, check it off the list, wrap it, and it's good to go. So I'm with you on that, Alicia. Wrapping as I go? Me too. Me too. Because waiting to the last minute means my wrapping looks like garbage because I'm tired. Finished updating the calendar for November, creating a thumbnail. Love it. Also pulled a container of red beans out of the freezer, defrosting for lunch. Sounds good. If you have any rice, I love me some red beans and rice. You guys are making me hungry. Thank you so much for being here, Alicia. I appreciate it. Decorating on Black Friday. Yeah, I try not to just because it's so crazy out there, and I never get good deals, never good enough to warrant all the crowds and the craziness. Thank you all for being here today. As always, I love hanging out with you. Favorite part of the week. Have a fabulous weekend, a safe Halloween if you're doing Halloween tonight. And I will see you guys next Friday. And my video drops tomorrow morning for the November TBR. Again, apologies that I am a hot mess and that it's a short TBR. I want to say it's only like 15 minutes long, if that tells you anything. And then Sunday will be the last vlog from the Halloween season. So take care, guys, and I will see you all later.